Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we have another coding day going on today. The reason I wasn't jumping on stream as quickly as I might have was because I was making myself a third cup of coffee. Because I've got some things that I need to do around these reverbs, and it's not going to be coding in Godot today. I've got that more or less sorted out. It's producing reverb impulses. I've been mostly doing the 6x6s, mind you, but it's been producing reverb impulses of all sorts, and they're now using a genetic algorithm to generate, and they're drawing upon all integer numbers rather than only primes, and I'm still kind of exploring how that stuff works. What I don't have yet is any plugin where people can actually hear what any of this sounds like. So I've even made little note cards for myself regarding how to measure this stuff and use my sort of color coding thing that I do. And I've been doing all of that over and over again, and throwing everything away and starting over again and again and again, because I'm trying to get to something which is a little ill-defined. But it's given rise to some discoveries, in particular discoveries this morning, that I'm going to get into. And so, here is my code environment, and here's the stuff that I've been doing over and over all morning. It might look like I've done a fair number of these, but believe me, there's a lot more of them to come. And we might spend some time doing this. Note that it says delay A2, delay B3. And then this one, it's 601 and 596 and delay C4. An interesting thing about that is that's evidence that the genetic algorithm was able to produce good results out of the initial values to some extent. I can explain what that does, perhaps not right now, but having pasted that in, and let me get my coffee where I can reach it. I don't want to spill it on the only machine I have for compiling this stuff. Also, I have to make sure that I'm on camera properly. Hopefully this is good enough. And here's verb 6's component, replacing the previous one. Occasional ones have actually crashed and not worked, which is unfortunate. But this is me trying to do a new thing, so you get what you get. And you can see that a change I've made is I've removed all of the controls from verb 6's and done some other things as well. I want there to be a reference plugin that could conceivably be used to sit on a bus and run AUXes to it, and it would work for that. But I want to make a reference plugin where I can do those measurements and have consistent results. In fact, what I'd like to do, and I might spend some time attempting to do this today even if it doesn't work, is have it be consistent across matrix types. Now that is something I've never done before. I've had matrix types combined in a plugin before. Some of the earlier ones had like a 5x5 matrix and then also a 3x3 for early reflections, stuff like that. This is just the one. It's a fairly simple, I'll show you later. And if this runs, here we go. So this is all wet. And it's a fairly realistic sounding thing. I'm doing multiple types of sound. Here's a low frequency thump. And a second one. and the guitar. And I want that to be measuring resonance at high mid-range frequencies. And that's meant to show how unresonant things can be. And then this is bass. And when I apply it, assuming it doesn't crash, some of these are giving me troubles, I get this, and then I save it to my SD card because I can measure these in other ways. Although technically, this old version of the program is able to analyze kinda. If I run an analyze on this in the old program, it won't show me a global minimum or maximum RMS, but it will show me a maximum RMS. I don't think loudness LEQ is the same as LUFS, because this was made before LUFS existed. That's how old it is. And I do have a peak amplitude, but it's not measuring true peak. And I use true peak to measure the high frequency behavior of this stuff. So I can't really use this very well. But this is the kind of thing that I'm trying to set up to do with all of these variations. So what I need to do now is save as 194 ECPILQ, which is the settings of the generator program. And of course, the generator program is what I have now made available to everybody. It's just that without something like this, you can't use it. So here is the next question after having all saved that. I want to figure out whether I can do this same thing, but do 5x5 and 4x4 and perhaps even 3x3 matrices, which is going to involve a bunch of little changes all over the place. But I can start with 4x4 matrices, and I can start by figuring out whether I can make this define stuff in the compilation. So I'll get on that in a moment. First, we have to quit out of here before we do anything else. Here's the ones I've got to. Here's the code. And I can open this up. And here's what the code actually is. It's the simplest isomorphism. It's the simplest form of a 6x6 matrix using the Bezier undersampling that I use. So technically, you could do the DRes thing. I've just got it set so that it does not care about any of that. And all it ever does is if I'm at 96K, it'll give me the nearest available to that. Here's some other numbers. Regen shows up here. Excuse me. I will do my best throughout today. I'm not doing super well for a variety of reasons, but I don't think it's going to stop me. Worst comes to worst, it'll just make me not very good at my job. But I may or may not have sort of a cough, and I'm also kind of rattled. A thing happened. I'm going to tell on myself about this, right? So, I'm having some family issues where family members that I have gone no contact with simply because it's too painful dealing with sort of the expectations, and any trans person would be able to relate to this. Imagine if you were a trans person and you were choosing to meet with or go no contact with other family members who will not acknowledge who you are and only dead name you. And it's sort of like an emotional version of that, in the sense of I grew up as a family black sheep. I dig the threads, and I fall naturally into being able to go into that energy. But hanging out with these folks, it's impossible, because whether they want to be nice or whether they want to be mean, and I'm pretty sure they simply want to be nice, but they are not able to engage in any way that isn't like, how can we help you with your terrible burdens? And I mean, I do have plenty of terrible burdens, but them being around taking that attitude doesn't help. So it's about as simple as that. And I was getting a bunch of weird calls from a town in Massachusetts that I didn't recognize. So I've spent a couple of days freaking out and trying to figure out whether this one brother was going bonkers and like trying to burn up my phone and was going to come and start banging on my door and stuff, which if that happens, I'll be able to deal with it because I'm pretty good at coping with things as they unfold, but I won't enjoy it. And turns out, no. I see a therapist. That's one of the reasons why, because these other family members, good heavens no, they would never do such a thing. And men will make other people's lives miserable rather than see a therapist. But I see one, and I was getting automated reminder messages of like therapy appointments from a weird town in Massachusetts, which is the state that both of my brothers live in. So I freaked out for nothing. I'm telling on myself. And it messed with me enough that I've been pretty rattled. And my best bet for moving on beyond being rattled over nothing, which is literally what happened, is jumping in and doing a bunch of work in the way that I do. So I'm thinking I'll tell you a little bit about what happened here. For instance, I figured stuff out like this. If you take this number, which is a amplification on the feedback path here, where you get the input sound coming in, and then this is also the amplitude of the feedback path coming in. This is one of the numbers out of bit shift gain. Meaning you multiply by this, and the mantissa is, oh, I missed your message, Colorburn. Well, if you have anything else that you want to say, then you can certainly say it. Always weirds me out a little bit when people retract messages, but I can only assume it's because you didn't. Sometimes I feel it's when people get really insecure. Hey, Jonathan. And they say something and they're like, oh no, I said a dumb thing. And honestly, you shouldn't be worried about saying dumb things. I tolerate many weirder things than just saying something slightly foolish. I would hope that this is a saying dumb things safe space. We shall see. If it's not, I'm in big trouble. So regen A is one of the values like this where it's going to retain the mantissa. Here's the next one. It's 6 dB louder. If I use this one, it goes into immediate feedback. Just blows the heck up. So the accurate number is somewhere between these two. Well, I worked out through experimenting this morning. You'll see that this is the same number as this. I tried combinations of these two things, and it turns out that if I take this first number, 2 of these and 1 of those, and then multiply it by exactly a third, that's pretty nearly infinite sustain. I'm not sure if it's quite there, but it's very, very close. It does unfortunately mean that I don't get to use the value that does not modify the mantissa, but it's a sort of weird halvesies kind of thing going on there. And this is not actually a changing only the exponent number. To get for this to be a shifting of bits gain number, You have to put some zeros in here. But I put it there so that I could get the amount of sustain that I had, and it's just sort of awkwardly arriving at the value that I'm using. So having done that, that's the amplitude that we're using. I'm actually shifting in, see how it goes A, A, L, B, C, D, E, F, and then the feedback is actually going B, C, D, E, F, A. I thought I'd maybe be able to smooth it out a little bit by rotating which bit goes to which bit. And bear in mind, the way the outputs of these work is like this. And I'm not entirely sure whether the feedback path works the same way. It probably does. But the matrix works by having these at different amplitudes, and some of them are positive and most of them are negative, is how householder matrices work. So every step of the way, we're feeding every output into every new input in different amplitudes. I couldn't really tell you the details of why it works the way that it does. Suffice to say, it does indeed work the way that it does. And we go through all of these. And then, oh look, here's something else. Here is the feedback stuff. And I learned something here. So it turns out, if you have the feedbacks being, let's see now. So I can do this. Here's how this stuff works. I have always used this for altering the sound of the reverb in various interesting ways. For instance, I can uncomment that. And what we'll have here is now, I'm not sure MV2 is a low CPU reverb. I would maybe look at something like Verbity or an earlier one where it's still a householder matrix, but it's somewhat more limited than that. Also, the clear coat variations are along the same lines. So see whether something like Verbity or Chamber or any of the variations on clear coat or whatever. And you can always simply measure them and find out. Like, I know that something like this is going to be more high CPU. And I'm going to build this now, and we're going to hear what it does. More relevantly, see what it does. What I've just changed is I've just changed a thing where the inputs are crossing over. It does a stereo effect this way. So you can't really see, but you can see in the meter if you can see the meter, which I'm thinking actually you can't, so give me a second. Let's start over. Watch what the meter is doing. I can move it up even a little bit, and that'll help too. We've now got a purely dual mono with two slightly different features. So they're literally as wide as it'll go. They are unconnected. So you can see that doing its thing. But the way it's working, I've changed it. It doesn't sound any different, but it is operating purely in dual mono. And so each channel is feeding back into itself. And it's using that feedback quality that I was telling you about, which I can control. So we're going to scroll up to the top here. It's definitely very simplified. And I'm going to type a couple of slashes in there to make it be essentially commenting that bit out. And I'm going to want to put it back, that's why. And then if I type in a bunch of 3s, check this out. Because this is going to affect what I'm showing you. And I just discovered it literally this morning. And nobody else would know about, oops, I have made a mistake. Give me a second, I'll fix the mistake. See, I've been working in Godot too much. GDScript does not require a semicolon at the end, but these do. Let's save that. And we'll build it. This time it'll be fine. That's a big assumption, but I'm assuming it's going to be fine. So remember, we are keeping the same not terribly large reverb space this whole time. But what's going to happen now, assuming it doesn't crash, it could just randomly crash, is, remember how I told you about infinite reverb? Now it's very sustaining. And an interesting other thing, it now sounds brighter in the way that the smaller reverbs did. It's got very good reverb density, but it's got that brightness quality going on, where rather than like the 4x4s, the 4x4s always had that going on, and then the 6x6s and so on tended to be darker. I think I've found out what was causing that, and it's something that I do that isn't normal. So, time to experiment on stream with it, I guess. Now we've got our super infinite reverb. We scroll all the way down to underneath the reverbs to where it says the feedbacks. And watch this. If I want to make these be in mono, I can do this. What this does is it takes outputs that are going into the feedback from either side, and it straight up combines them, meaning that it, in theory, should not alter the volume of anything. But watch what happens. This is doing this to 3 pairs of outputs. Another thing I tried was taking different outputs and averaging them with each other. Hey, AJMGD, you certainly have. It's going to be even a reverb coding stream. So now if I build this, we are now making each of these on either side, which previously, and I've done this a lot. That's the thing, I've done this a lot. Maybe not in quite this form, but you will see what starts to happen here. And we run this again. We fire up the same plugin. But now when we listen to it, it will not be dual mono anymore. But where'd the reverb go? Where'd the reverb go? It's got the same values, right? Not quite. Because what's happening is 3 of the bins that are coming from the output of the 6x6 and going back into the input of the 6x6, 3 of those are now averaged. Interesting little side note, if I pick over here, that is a big enough space that, and it's a mono sound as well, which is going to probably have an effect here too. We're going to hear artifacts. Hear that shiny little noise? A shing, rather than a nice reverb noise? That's because combining these two outputs is reinforcing stuff that is in mono as the reverb finishes. If it's in mono, these are not changed, meaning you have full feedback. If it's not in mono, it starts killing the whole sustain. So what I've done is basically made the reverb worse by doing this. And a bunch of my stuff has characteristics like that. And we can also take two of those out and do it only once. And if we do that, see, here's where this gets interesting. And I think I will be able to do another try, hiccupless, on stream. And we'll see what happens. But this should be sort of partly between what we had. And immediately we hear it sounds more metallic than it did. This is not what we want, but it's being done by what's happening with the attempted monoizing that I'm doing. Well, that's kind of what this is doing. So we have this distinctly more metallic sound happening. And some of this stuff can sustain, and some of it can't. Things that are on the left or the right are going to have an excruciatingly bad sound. Those mono bumps are powerful. And this is a very loud output. And we can hear that's a much more metallic sounding reverb tail than what was there before. So here's the thing. I think that will happen even with some of my earlier experiments. Let's find out. So we can do that. And then we can do this. Now we have the two things, they're not combined, but we've swapped them. And then if I comment this out, we go back to being purely dual mono. So what have we here? And this is a real experiment because I've not tried this, and I'm pretty sure reverb designs don't normally do this stuff in the first place. So they don't know what this does. Like, I'm the one that tried going like, well, what if you take the outputs and just swap them from channel to channel? It doesn't necessarily make it sense or do anything, but what if it did? And what's happening here, I think what this is it's interfering less than it was. And it's less of a obtrusively bad tone. We'll try again with the So this is interesting. Here is another option, because I feel like that did not change the sound of it as much as I'd expected. So we can keep it in dual mono or swap it back to, because what I was observing was that if you sort of reversed the left and right, if you try to sum those to mono, it starts eating up the sustain in a huge way. Actually, something I could do here. So last time I tried this, it affected things very much. We can follow this pattern a little bit. This should show immediately whether it's actually doing what I thought. See, temp feedback BL. Then this is swapping channels for these. And that ought to work. As you see, it's the same thing 3 times over. When we tried doing this with the code you see here, the combining them and averaging them, it ate up the sound of the reverb completely. So what we've got here is either going to eat up the sound of the reverb completely or make it weird and do something else, or it'll be completely the same as the dual mono amplitude. And in fact, we can also swap out the dual mono and have it, because what I found was that running it purely dual mono, I was able to get a very extended reverb tail, and it had the good tone quality I was looking for. As soon as I started messing with this combining of things, it started screwing it up. And then, when I had the output of the one channel feed directly and 100% into the input of the opposite channel, it was pristine again, except for that it was fully in stereo this time. And I hadn't actually bargained on that sort of ping-pongy quality. In some ways, I'm not sure it would work for producing good spread out stereo tails from a mono source. That's why Galactic does a chorusy thing. But we're going to find out right now whether this affects things or not, because we're essentially swapping stuff out in the wrong place. So this is either going to mess with the sound completely or not at all. And I can't tell you which it's going to be. I can only tell you that if this is swapping half of them, I could put it to the ping pong version and nothing would change because I've swapped half of the outputs over. And what we've got is a good amount of sustain, but I'm having a hard time telling whether that's actually altering the tone quality. It's possible that it's not. So that's interesting. I gotta say, I didn't exactly expect that. That implies that some of the ones I've already done are actually fine in terms of the richness of their tonality being unchecked. Because what happens when you do this stuff wrong is it starts getting in the way of the tonality. And let's see. So there's the mono version. We're going to comment that out, go back to the fully ping pong version because there's something else I'd like to try. So as you can see, it says like FR output of FL, LR output of ZGL, CL, MR. So this is the one where it is 100% swapping channels. And here's the stuff where I don't get to average these two things without screwing everything up. It's just the bank I'm working in. So how this all works is it's this giant matrix, and these are each little delays. So something that says AAL, I'm counting from AA up to AZK. It's a total of 36 little delay banks, and they're numbered, they're lettered like this. So that's the part that changes. And I've got increment counters, which are the same deal. And the reason they have to be distinct is because all the delays are different numbers. That's how that works. And then the second bank, that the one channel goes GHIJK, and yeah, you get it. So going through it this way involves sort of following this pattern and going from there. And then here's my output section. So here's the thing. What if this? See, what I'm wondering about is whether I can damp this in weird ways that other people aren't doing. And this is probably one of the ways. Thing is, it's hard to tell which of these is going to matter. See, here's feedback AL, and that's output of AR and GR. But that's simply, those are weighted more, but all of the outputs contribute to this place in the code. Now, when I combine these two things, what's going to happen is it has less amplitude going through because I'm averaging each of those places. If any of these start having more gain, it'll start feeding back at a particular note. But essentially what I'm doing is a sort of weird comb filtered damper. If we are doing DC voltage through this, it will continue having exactly the sustain that it was supposed to have, which is part of why this interests me. Because here's the thing. If I average these two things, it can never have more gain than the original, but it can have substantially less gain at certain places. And I will probably be able to hear distinctly different sounds by putting this little mute on here. In different ways. And so that is Y, B, C, D. Won't want to run all of those at once, but I am very interested in hearing whether they change. So in theory, and I shouldn't run all of those at once. If I run this, it will still be a reverb, but I'm damping like literally one channel and not the other. It might be hearable on the first drum section, which bounces around and ping-pongs from hard left to hard right. I did that on purpose so that I could test how the reverbs handle this stuff. And it sounds like this. Hear the little hint of a ring at the top of that? That little hint of a ring is what we're talking about here. So I'm going to try to remember what frequency that was at. And then we're going to damp a different pair of these. Also, I could have it not be the ping pong version, but I'm going to keep it as the ping pong version. If it's not the ping pong version, then one of the channels is going to be much more strikingly affected by this. Honestly, I'm half tempted to just make all the coffee in the world and go super hard, but I'm already going super hard, so what the hey. So again, one channel is being altered. Now listen to the tail. It does kind of sound like there's a different part of it ringing. Like I have a tone control in here. And that does have significance. It's just a question of like if we got silly and we took two different ones and did this with them. See, they're different pairs, but they're both a pair. And then remember what I was saying? I can make it only be affected on the channel it is. It'll end up with one of those drum ping pong sounding completely different than the other. But it'll also intensify the effect of what I'm doing. So that's maybe a desirable outcome. Let's see what happened. Now I'm doing double as much as I was, and it's going to only happen on one side. And these are the things I wasn't really considering before. So, if you do this, you're not going to be able to hear the stereo effect because you're hearing it over my vocal mic, but it does this. Ah. So what we've got is this section. That's actually the full reverb. So you can hear how different that sounds. Now it's only one channel of two-way householder matrix reverb, but listen to how different this is. I've killed the sustain of it completely by doing this. And the interesting thing about that is that it's going to continue to sustain low enough frequencies. Now, how low is low enough? If these two outputs were very close to each other, that would count as low enough. And it's so effective that it's just obliterated the amount we have. So let's go for some comparisons. Sadly, I don't have a control in this to fool around with, so we'll just have to recompile every time. I want to put in some stuff where I can run different matrix sizes, but I want to do that with defines and compilation so that it'll run efficiently, rather than doing it with controls inside the plugin, like for instance Pocket Verbs did. Might actually need to save some of these to audio, but this should. So we can hear it's not sustaining as well. And it's favoring certain types of sound. Whereas the other side, if I can select it and get it, that is, much more sustained. So that's a lot cleaner, but it's also a lot more flavorless. Whereas the one I'm doing over here, I'm combining feedback AL and feedback BL. So if this was operating on DC, it would still be exactly the same thing. But the more different these are from each other, the more it cuts back the amount of regeneration I can get. And that is both a striking change in how much regeneration it has, but it's also applying a tone. And that's the part that interests me. I'm going to see whether I can run this on only one side. Let's find out. Yep, can. So that's full sustain. And this is restricted to the point where it's got obvious sort of metallic qualities. It's applying a tone. So now that I know it does that, we're going to bounce over to a completely different set of variables to swap out. That's neither of the previous variables. And we're going to try it again. We're going to see what that does. Oh, well, it was happy enough before. Okay, so let's do this. Probably once I get it going, it'll be fine. or not. Maybe it's just not happy. Huh. Let's relaunch that, shall we? See, this is the kind of stuff I have to deal with some of these things. Sometimes it just doesn't want to behave. There we go. So this being the section with the tone change. That sounds even more obvious than the previous one. And then if we instantiate it and have it going. So full sustain. And then the altered one. I wonder if I can do the tone sweep to hear it. So that's full reverb. Here's the altered version. Metallic sound acquired. So that's interesting. And it's going to be a slightly different tone for each one of these, but it's always going to be this. It's kind of similar to how if you have a Gibson Veritone notch filter in your guitar, it can, if you run through it in series, you're doing a band pass. But if you run through it on routing it to ground, you get a extremely tight notch filter with everything else around it getting through fairly well. So here's the question. If we have this sound, and we have the nasty metallic ring, what would happen if we switched polarity in there or something? i.e. So it's very possible this will catastrophically fail, but I'm interested in finding out. Also, I could swap it here, at which point they would both match. But what I'm doing is averaging them and then reversing one of them. Because I want to see what happens. Seeing as I've isolated a way of taking the flavorless reverb and reversing one of them. So first thing we do is just run it on the overall sound and see if it blows the heck up. It has not blown the heck up. So then if we do this, now I can hear an isolated version of what that was. What do we got? And then the sweep. Arguably, that sounds effectively the same, maybe worse. It's got this sort of awful grandfather clock thing going on. So now let's find out what happens when we invert it in here and use it as part of the average. Are we still going to get that ugly grandfather clock sound, or is it going to make it do something else? Because I'm digging through all of these, having just worked out this morning that combining these have that same effect. And I'm still not certain that didn't make that sound louder. I feel like maybe that made the sound louder. So here is the clean one. Here's the weird one. They're very similar. I don't think they're exactly the same. But I'm not getting a big enough change out of this to want it to... I could try reversing both of them. That's effectively what I'm doing here. Because I feel like some of these are going to... Oh, I can also have a little fun by doing an octave doubling effect. But first, what happens when we simply invert the combined version of this? Because I feel like swapping the polarity of some of these could end up with runaway feedback. And I'm not sure what's going to take to get it to do that. I just think that at some point it could get into like, oh no, feedback, it blows up. And we're finding out what it takes to do that thing. Alrighty. There's the full reverb. And here is not. Yet another sound. Not necessarily a good sound, mind you, but it's yet another sound. Okay, well, if these insist on all being a little bit different, let's see what we get when we simply octave double it. So what do we got here? We're only manipulating one of them this time. So full sustain. Oh, it's going louder, but it's not actually blowing up. So here's our sweep. Full volume. Here is fabs. So that's interesting. That cut down the amplitude a little bit. Let's do it to half of them and see what happens. Because in theory, this is a shimmer effect. Might or might not work. But what it sounds like when we do it, whether or not it works, is something like this. So here is the real sweep. Here is fabs. Well, that's interesting. Let's hear it on that noisy guitar. Normal. Fabs. And the decay tail, how about? Normal. Fabs. Well, it very quickly turns into literal noise. Snare drum. Alternate snare drum. Brief notes. Brief notes with this absolute value stuff. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. It's cutting down on the amplitude a heck of a lot, I'll say that. So that is a full amplitude reverb. But then when we have 3 of these absolute value things in the feedback loop, it then turns to this. That's kind of interesting in a way. Enough so that I'm going to fool with it like this. Let's pick one in each channel to do it with. Like, let's see, AL and FR. So if I do that, I'll get there. Never mind me. If I do this. We're not applying as much, but what we're doing is effectively cutting the heck out of the lows in the infinite reverb. Now what that means is with this one little modification, we're able to substantially cut back the sustain in the lows, specifically in the lows. And we're going to add a little bit of noise in there. And it's going to be in stereo this time. So it'll be a sound that you can hear clearly. I am guardedly optimized on this one. This ain't half bad. It is able to throw the additional splash of high frequencies in there, which is not something my stuff always is doing. Let me try another thing. Let me try turning it. Hang on, I'll get there. To the ping pong style, where left feeds right, right feeds left. Either way, though, we are taking one of the outputs from either one, whether it's swapped or not, and applying the absolute value on that. It will be parallel. And I could pick any one from these. I'm not sure which would matter. Well, let's hear what we got. This is incorporating a shimmer effect into the reverb matrix itself, apparently without making it blow up. And there might be use in that going forwards. Still sounds kind of distant-ish. Got this. Here's our guitars again. There was an interesting effect in the low frequency rumble. That's kind of cool sounding. And then we got Alien Kitten section. So here's an interesting thing about this, though. Might not necessarily keep this, but remember how we did all of this? increasing the amplitude until it was an enormous amount. We take it back to 0.3125. This is how I had it calibrated before. And I had it with the ping-ponging effect. And this is probably closer to what I'm looking for. Now here's what's going on. We've got it toned down until it is no longer a ultimate ginormous infinite feedbacky type of thing. But I'm still applying this little tweak, which did not actually end up screwing up. It didn't go into that weird cone filter equality, like when you combine one with another, the other code that you see here. I've got one of these in each channel. In theory, I could pick which one it is that I wanted. And what it's doing is it's adding a little bit of sparkle. It's adding a little bit of extra shimmer going on. If I sustain it one sample and then do a simple moving average, it'll make everything way darker by taking the one feedback thing and just one on each side, do a simple moving average between it and the following sample. And that's what happens in K-Cosmos when you take the filter off of full crank and it starts getting darker. Which makes me wonder very much what would happen if I did that and this at the same time. After all, handling the output of these matrices, handling one section of the output of the matrix, does less than handling multiple sections. And the more sections I allow to pass through unaltered, the richer the sound is. So let's see, first of all, let's see what we got. We might be onto something neat that I hadn't tried before. But firstly, let's see what we got. See, what's happening here is less gain, and just one of those has now been altered. Mixed feelings about it. So the next thing to experiment with is as follows. And I got to get at the H file. I don't know why I'm saving count Z. We're not using it. I don't think we have that anymore. Can you build, or did I just break it? No, I didn't need that. Wait, it's not count I want, is it? This is a value I'm using, not a counter. So now I have to apply that by instantiating it first, otherwise it could mean anything. And we don't have count Z because we're not, Z was the pre-delay. Some of these are going to have that, but this is not. So now that, we get to keep that. Probably need to use temps for this. Definitely need to use temps for this. So let's maybe get rid of a whole bunch of this. I regret no longer speaking English. Didn't mean it. Well, now hang on a moment. Lest we forget, I want it to be an absolute value. Where do I apply that, I wonder? I think I should apply it everywhere I use it. Hang on, I can save some trouble here. Oh, no, I still need to do it twice, don't I? No, maybe I don't. Don't mind me. Please let me be able to type. Oh boy. We're struggling. I'm distracted because I need to run to the restroom. I'm going to do this first, though. Okay. Now that is pitch doubled. And we've also taken away the ability of it to do low frequency stuff. It's manipulating low frequency stuff. Then what we do is we take that, temp equals feedback AL. So far, so good. Meaning we don't need to make it absolute again. And then average that. Then and we have to do it that way because if we didn't, it would not work. They both should be absolute values, otherwise the addition won't work correctly. But I have to add those two, which are both absolute values, together, and it has to be from temp there, because otherwise it'll be an IIR filter or simply fail to work somehow. I think it would fail to work somehow, although that doesn't mean I couldn't try it. you understand what I'm saying. If this last line went average L equals feedback AL, that's a completely different kind of low-pass filter. And who's to say it wouldn't be interesting? But let's try this first. And then what's the other one? FR, was it? Yes. The other one was, in fact, FR. And we don't need to redefine temp. Alrighty. Up, screwed it up, but only a simple typo. Might want to pump up the gain again, see what it does. But until that point, let's just hear what I just did and see what happened. So this should have shimmer and also a degree of bass cut eating up the low frequency rumble, and also it'll go darker. Here's our snare. I don't hate it. What do we got here? Don't hate that. So now what happens when we're doing this, and I have yet to try the IIR filter version. Now bear in mind, doing all of this, I don't know for a fact that the IIR version won't just cause it to blow up and go into infinite feedback. These are not normal things to try, so you take your chances. Going back to this will cause it to try to sustain infinitely. And I still haven't done the making the other versions like the 5x5 and the 4x4 work under these circumstances. That was going to be a whole other thing. Got derailed into sound causing things, and that's not bad. So what happens when we do this? I gotta say, I don't hate this. What's it do to my cymbals? There's a certain overtone to some of those notes. You can hear the shimmer kicking in. But I wouldn't go so far as to call that an unpleasant sound. All very interesting. So I'm going to have to run off in a moment, but before that point, that should do something. What it do is more uncertain, but that should do something. We're now running a IIR filter on that one that has already been bridge rectified. So we just heard this bit, and now it is different. Happy Chris is happy. That ain't bad. Who knew? Because the thing is, even though these are notes, it sounds kind of like it's very loud off in the distance there. What happens if we do the tone sweep? What does that act like? Interesting. It's doing a pretty good job of not ringing on metallic noises. Which is pretty much a complete accident. How about our drum hit? There's a tiny little high note in there. So as long as we're fooling with all of this, what happens if we leave that the way it is? It probably matters which one we pick. So at some point this is going to start blowing up in feedback. I want to find out what happens when it does. This might just blow up immediately, but we'll see. If it's too immediate, we'll put in more threes. Dun dun dun. It didn't. No, that sounds about the same. That part I don't understand. Well, I know I can make this feedback. long as I do this. There, this is guaranteed to feedback. I want to see what happens when it does. And I need to undo that and just keep this. There we are. Feedback acquired. Let's see what it does. I have to turn down my volume a little bit because it's going to explode and distort. So this would be the time to turn down your stuff. I will catch it before it goes too crazy, though. Yeah, so that was too much. Which means we go back to less insane things. Fewer threes, meaning the number gets larger, meaning we are now closer to blowing up with feedback. I'm wondering whether it is going to take off and act weird because I have that other effect going on. Okay, it's not freaking out too hard yet. Okay, what's happening there is it is in fact able to go into feedback, but then it gets manipulated by the absolute value factor and the filter in there and make something else happen. On a snare, this is our new variation on infinite sustain. Except for surely we can go a little harder than that. How much though? How about 0.35? This might end up getting into one of those K-Cosmos places where it can go a certain amount of loud and then it dials itself back. Just glancing at chat for a moment, that's all. See if your kids get too crazy. Here's our snare. So maybe we are now increasing in volume and having it go out of control. Or not. So how does this work for people as an infinite sustaining thing? Oh wait, I can do the notes too. Let's do the notes too. Okay, well, I'm going to excuse myself for something else, but you know what? I'm going to leave it doing this while I go off and wash my coffee cup and hit the facilities. So if it goes out of control and blows up, you will suffer through that, but I think it's probably not going to. Hey, I'm back. And of course, we could do louder noises. We're pushing a little too hard into it, though. So that's what's left out of that as it slowly dies away. Assuming it does, maybe it won't. I have turned it up past the point of feedback. That's the thing. So this is what you're left with if you do that to it. Or let's do the guitars. We'll load it up with guitar. So this is what's left over after you have loads of guitar. I'm curious whether it's going to fade out. Because again, this is supposed to be infinite feedback here. I've set it up to sort of go out of control. Under normal circumstances, it's not going to be feeding back on itself that much. But what this is teaching me is that this is what I can have the reverb tails turn into. And apart from the fact that there's like notes poking out, I'm happy with that being, because essentially what we're hearing here, let me turn it right back down again and load it up with some alien kittens. So you can't even hear it. And then silence so we can hear it decay. Part of that is going DC actually. And then as it begins to fade off, so the idea here is this is the distilled essence of what the reverb tail of this can contain. And although I'm not entirely thrilled at the sort of little notes hovering in there, the rumble is what I would want to hear out of the deep reverb tail with something like that being put into it. And we hear it sort of slowly fading away. And this is what you should have if the acoustic space is many, many miles away. Is in effect kind of like that. That's what I'm thinking. So if we can do this, we can do this without changing the sound, because all we're doing is dialing back the amount of full intensity overload in there. And then maybe we have a new default for how to handle the extended reverbs, in that the feedback path has a little touch of that in it. So when it is not on ultimate meltdown full feedback, and this is what I want to measure with, I do wonder whether there is anything objectionable about some of that. Here's our guitar. Here's the sweep. And the alien kitten section. Too loud. So now what I'm wondering is, do we still have a reasonable sound remember that exactly a third is close to the infinite reverb thing? Okay, next try. Gotta change that. That's not right. That's what I meant. Oh, no, gotta change that. That's what I meant. So here's what's going on this time. What happens when you have one of those feedback paths? If the feedback paths are all going at full volume, you get a smooth sound. It doesn't have any of that sort of grandfather clock kind of resonance going on. If you then cut one of them back, what do you get? And I can even, let's see, we're enough into what we were doing that we don't need to worry about temp anymore. That is a failed experiment. Don't need to worry about that if we're not using it. Can assign it just fine, and there's no problem. So now what we're doing is, if feedback was at 1.0, no change, then what happens is we have the full sustain, unmodified, sort of full richness sound, as was heard earlier. And remember what it sounds like? It sounds like a sort of spatial wash, very high frequency and bright too. But now we're changing that. So one of our outputs is now attenuated and everything else is at full sustain. In theory, this should be able to stop all of it from being in full sustain, because it will eventually affect everything. But will it give rise to a full richness sound? fading off, or will it be sounding like a grandfather clock and clearly wrong? And there's only one way to find out. Can you attenuate all of them or one of them at a time? It sounds a little bit. Like we're getting that that grandfather clock sound. So you're really supposed to have all of them together. But here's the thing, like what I'm doing here, I'm passing through everything else unaltered. And the one that I'm removing is the one that I did a pitch doubly thing with, causing that so now I'm attenuating it by half. And again, by contrast, I'd better go and try the contrast. By contrast, if I do this, we shouldn't have that grandfather clock kind of sound. The weird thing is everything else is going full Monty, but this was the only bit. And if we do this, it shouldn't have that quality anymore, unless I've missed something. And yeah, do that and it's fine. I'm no longer altering any of the things. In fact, I think I can play with it by doing similarly to what I did before, and it won't get too messy. Where are we at? Here we are. So that didn't get me in trouble before when I was doing the absolute value thing that does a pitch doubling. Of course, assuming it's a fixed frequency going into it, because if it is a reverb output, it's no longer a pitch doubling. It's sort of a weird quality. This is me basically trying to figure out whether I can take the quality that I got, which I was pretty well pleased with, and blend it in some kind of way to get closer to this unaltered state where it sustains infinitely without developing any funny overtones. That's the thing that I'm trying to do. Build. So this is probably not going to go into amplitude runaway, but it might, because this is the original unaltered, nothing being done to tone anything down. And it'll do this. Yeah, I could even get away with the 0.35. Might as well give it a shot. So with this puppy, nothing is being altered tonally at all. And it is the pure householder matrix without anything being changed. There we go. And the question becomes, what can you do that will keep that richness of tone but also alter it? This is the pure raw output. I've got it so it's fading off just very, very slightly, but not by very much. So we'll leave it for that. And jump back in and start playing with the things. Because again, go down here to where we are taking one of these feedback channels, and we're doing the ping pong delay, which causes it to be and see, here's what I am wondering. This should produce only a high frequency roll-off. The thing that's changing the rest of it is the absolute function. That's going to step on low frequency something fierce. It's going to really interfere with the bass in interesting ways. But this should be only high frequency roll-off. And it may also cut back on the sustain. Nothing to it but try it. And then the feedback AL times equals 0.5, that's simply going to cut back the volume pretty substantially. But in such a way that it has that grandfather clock sound of not all of our bins are continuing through to the next feedback. Householder matrix means if you put everything back perfectly, it sustains forever and doesn't sound any different. But I want it to evolve to where it sounds different in a really cool way. Because acoustic air does not sound like a perfect householder matrix. And the bottom line with all of these is they need to sound more like air. Let's see if this goes into runaway and blows up. It does not. But I'm hearing notes come out of it. That's what you get. When you start messing with it, that's what you get. I would say the amplitude of those notes is not so high that it ruins it. And it feels like it's not always the same note. They're evolving a little bit. Let's try it on the guitar note sections, which has a lot of empty space in it. Lows will build up here. Sure enough, you hear this sort of whoop, 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 whoop. Because it's a DI guitar, that's why it's doing that. There's a low frequency noise that's coming in. So this is interesting. How about maybe playing with this more in other ways? So if we do this, it will simply cut off the volume completely. It will cut it back. But then if we do this, and this, now we're doing a similar thing, except for we are not cutting back the I froze because I was thinking I'm going to bring back in the absolute value thing. What if it was on the average? If I did an absolute value of that, it's now going to be applied at a quieter level, but that is also the non-original sound being added to it. And then 4 things like feedback AL 4 times 0.25 gets you the original one back again. What happens if we do this? Firstly, let's find out what it does when we're not applying the absolute value thing, because that is effectively a bridge rectifier. That's like a shimmer effect. And we're applying the roll-off here at a much lower level. Meaning this should be same thing, but the lows are going to build up more slowly. Yep, correct. Almost to the point where I don't really hear it. And that's interesting. Let's go to our guitar notes. I'm liking the texture of the lows in there better than it was. Also, the notes that are poking out are less predictable than they were. So this is now full-on infinite sustain kind of thing. But it's got enough of a quality of let's see what happens when we bring that pitch multiplier thing back in. The bridge rectifier, the octave doubler, which won't actually work correctly on a, let's see, here's the question. Would I want to be doing that on only the average? So what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here is as follows. The more of feedback AL or whatever is passed through, the closer it is to the original infinite sustain sort of full fat, full bandwidth kind of sound, where it's like, this is a householder reverb, it will do infinite sustain without changing in any way. You start replacing it with other stuff, or even just attenuating it, like the 0.5 that is currently commented out, and what you get is that grandfather clock sound, where if one of the parts of the matrix isn't able to feed back into the other parts of the matrix, it starts pulling away sound from places where you actually want it. And I do not know a way of making it not be doing that. Although it does give one to question whether you could do like sustains or saturations or something. Like throw it into a sine function and, well, let's find out. Why would we not simply try it and find out? Average does not matter. If we use the absolute value, why, that will cause it to do the pitch doubling effect, which isn't really a pitch doubling effect because it's not a clean sound, it's a reverb sound, meaning that there will be sort of sharp points in introducing higher frequencies, but it's less likely to be doing a clean note like a green ringer would. Let's find out what the thing does, because this is going to introduce a harmonic, but only to the extent that it's attenuating. Sine will always attenuate. Sine will always make the levels be a tiny bit less. And it will also introduce harmonics more slowly, rather than a hard clip of some kind. So what we're doing is, now we have a attenuation that only happens when the output of things are actually loud. So this is going to act like one of your compressor things, except for with that slight tinge of pitch doubler kind of shimmer effect. And let's see whether that worked. Firstly, just on a snare. Oh yeah, it's attenuating it so well that I'm getting that grandfather clock effect immediately. What happens if we go loud? It's really attenuating. Yeah, our quietest little sounds have basically infinite sustain, but everything else really gets stepped on. So sine function, not actually the biggest win. Not great, because if you simply attenuate it, it starts sounding bad. So I guess sine, and I'm pretty sure if you make it start amplifying more, that's not going to help. Because once you hit a volume where the sine function is, on the one hand, cropping the top off of the wave and introducing a harmonic, but on the other hand, it's making it not be at the same amplitude. And like it does in the commented out section, where it's like feedback AL times equals 0.5, or indeed if it was times or equals 0, I could make it literally be 0, and what you'd get out of it is just that grandfather clock sound where it's just going clang. Quick little additional test as long as I've got it here though before I make it go away. Sine always attenuates, that's the thing. So no matter what, it's always going to make stuff sort of cool off. This is different from, say, filters. Like the filter was causing things to be altered, but lower frequencies were still able to get through. Whereas this is progressively, like I can put loud sounds into this, like the guitar. This is at full distortion, but it is only going to sound like it is very attenuated. Like drum section. So it starts out sounding with some fullness, and if we load a lot of sound into it, like here, it sounds like it is not resonating. And then immediately it turns to garbage. So yeah, sine function, not our biggest fan. Not going to help us. Oh, the next console is going to be console H. I have promised console H. I'm going to have to get to that by the fall, I think, in order to be able to do it. And it also depends upon Suadara being able to help me in case other things go wrong with Pampo Juice. But let's put this back. If I put this back, now we are back to one of the ones that sounds actually good, but there are further things to try. For instance, if we put sine on any one of these terms, it will do the same thing, just less so. Like I could have it be sine feedback FR for just this one, and all that's going to happen is it's going to restrict loud passages and sort of crush them down and stop them from being distorted, or stop them from getting loud, in other words. You won't be able to fill up the sound effectively. And just to go back and check on this again. Here's our little feedback thing, where we're not applying a sine function. We're just applying a form of filtering. So the reason it's going darker is because that average feature is in there. And there's not that much of it, but there's enough of it. When I had it at equal volumes, feedback, and average, it was doing less. So now what I'm wondering is, as long as I'm able to do this, what would happen if we made this be the absolute value? Which is going to force that to be only positive swings. So it'll be an octave multiplier, but we're also applying the filter in there as well, but we're applying the octave multiplier to only the part of it that is the filter. What do we got? This could be a very cute little bit of code if this works. Because bearing in mind, I was applying absolute value to the whole thing earlier, and it was a neat sound, but it was too strong. There was too much of it. So this is something else, and time to see what it does. Because again, this is all towards being able to use shorter sustains, but have the reverb tails have verisimilitude to them. Interesting. I am guardedly optimistic about this sound. Here's the thing. Like, I can continue adjusting it all I like. To any degree that I like. Oh, before jumping to conclusions, let's see what it does on this other section. So are we getting this sounding like infinite space? Because if it sounds like infinite space, we can use smaller amounts of sustain and it will still be convincing. And again, this is meddling with only one part. Well, I mean, that's the hope. I want it to sound as intentional as possible. Let's do a guitar followed by an extended silence. It's going to be a lot louder. To the point where we're super distorting, but that's why I turned it down. Then, just this bit. And now it'll gradually pull back. And how bad and annoying are the tails of this? Maybe a little annoying? In our infinite sustain setting. Okay, Alien Kitten section. Let's load it up with a bunch of that noise. I have the wrong mouse in hand. Let's load it up with a bunch of this. Synth basses and thumps. It's not going to care about being overloaded that much because that's just overloading the output. I'll turn it back up when I'm done. do have notes hanging out. I don't like the ring there, but I'm not sure what to do about it. One possible idea of figuring out what to do about it. I think I'm basically happy with sort of the hanging in the air quality of the notes I've got in here. I keep trying to do it in the wrong note, in the wrong mouse. Got a mouse for the streaming, and I've got a mouse for this, and this is the mouse for this. It's such an old computer that if you wiggle the mouse, it doesn't even expand the cursor. I don't know how long macOS has been doing that. Let's make a bunch of loud noise and see what happens. Infinite sustain. And I'm still hearing those high frequency ringings. In fact, that can stop. I can do this in stages. You can see what we get. So what would be 3, and then plus average, and then divided by, or times 0.25. So if we do that, it'll work. Let's not even bother with this final bit. Don't want that. But you can probably see where I'm going with this. And then we're not using that. We're rapidly converging on what this actually needs to be. Bit by bit. All right, now those match. So now if we do feedback time, well, I'll do it. I'll demonstrate it. See, this will actually work. It's just that we don't want as much of an effect on it, although maybe we do for all I know. I don't think I tried this exact combination. We'll do it with our little guitar noises. So this is a stronger effect. So what's happening is the highs and lows are falling off faster, which is cool in its way, but it's also giving rise to really strong ringing overtones because this is the same mechanism as making it be actually a lot quieter, meaning that that bit of the matrix doesn't get passed through. And so you hear kind of, along with the tone that it has, and the sounds are affecting things in a clear way. And this might actually be good for less extreme sustains. I'm just wondering whether I can dial it in to do the optimal blend between that and the ringy overtones. So what we had was times 3 times 0.5, and we can go a step beyond. Times 7 plus average, and then times 0.125. Now we have 1/8 of the absolute average in there. And most of the rest of it is just straight up the output. We're having less and less of an effect on this. We'll build that. And return to listening to exactly the same thing as before. Ooh, not happy. I'm going to need you to be able to work. Let's just build it again. We'll build it again and see if it's any better this time. Also, the place I selected might have a factor to it. It's a bulky little creature, it is. Let's see whether we can audition it again this time or not. This time it's fine. I didn't change the code at all. See, it's almost exactly the perfect householder matrix, but not quite. And the amount of high frequency drop-off that's happening due to the average is not too unlike the amount of low frequency drop-off that's happening from the absolute value, from the frequency doubler thing, the bridge rectifier. So now we don't have a low frequency sound building up, and we don't have too much in the way of like honking high frequency. This is also very delicate as far as what makes things happen. And again, the fact that the absolute value is in there, that's what's stopping the bass from just taking over. It's bringing everything into a sort of dense mid-rangeness. But if I have enough happening in there, it won't fall back into that grandfather clock kind of resonance. In fact, one thing I can do is we'll hear the snare drum. And that's how we do. It starts to sound more like distance than like a machine. And that's the hope. Let's torture test it by throwing it at the tone sweep. Swoop. I can do something more impressive than that, as long as I remember not to save. Huh. It still had stuff in the buffer. Interesting. What this means is when you're fooling around in the program, it's literally still running the plugin the entire time. It has not restarted that plugin. So now we can listen to what happens to the full range tone sweep, which will produce high frequencies, and it's also going to produce extremely low frequencies by virtue of the way that it sweeps. But then we're going to have like a minute or so to study what it sounds like as it slowly, progressively decays. Do we need to go even farther and do, times 15 and then times equals, make it a 16th? Because it could, but now for some sound. So what have we got here? I do hear a little bit of that old grandfather clock, the notes that are sustaining in there. They're not much louder than everything else, though. And the bass does dial back. Well, I'll tell you what, here's something that I could also do. We can make that be silent and then just use the Alien Kittens bass instead. I better turn it back down again. See, this will fill it right up with noise. So we do have some ringing sounds still persisting. I'm not loving the ringing notes, but the deep bass is kind of snuck away a little bit. Tell you what we did in order to get it to this point is this. So what I do now is look up what the next stage would be. Because the ringing noises are just the after effects of me doing this with it. So I'm currently looking at Airwindows code, and I'm simply going to look up the next step along, which is not very difficult. In fact, you could say that I should be able to remember this off the top of my head, but I have not. So 0.125 for 8 becomes 0.625. For 16. And this is how we do this bit. Times 15 plus absolute value of the average, and then scale it right back down again. That ought to do it. Probably don't need to go any farther. Nothing is going to stop the ring from being there, but the question is it balancing itself nicely with what I'm trying to do? Because again, I can do the just feedback AL plus equals absolute average L, and it'll kick in much faster. The high frequencies will fall away much quicker. The low frequencies will be eaten up much quicker. But then at the end, then it'll be rings showing up much quicker as well. And again, this is all in sort of infinite sustain land. So quick little inspection. And this is even closer to no change whatsoever. I'm hearing a note emerge though. But some of that is bound to be because I have the feedback turned up too much. Having the feedback turned up too much will do that. So if the feedback of a householder matrix is higher than it's supposed to be, you will get a ring. A note will start feeding back. No way around it. This kind of sounds functionally identical to not having any filtering there, which I am not that thrilled about. Yeah, I mean, listen to that. I mean, granted, I'm getting a note creeping up, but the rest of it doesn't have any acoustic texture. It sounds just like a householder matrix, or arguably, it sounds something like Paul Stretch. There's a flatness there. I have gone too far. Don't know why I did that. Thank you. So if we go right back to full crank, it's having this be added times 5 and then put that back. And the thing about this is that I'm doing the absolute value of that average. Maybe 2.5 was the best. But I'm just going to show what was lost in getting away from that sustaining note stuff. because under normal circumstances, we're going to want these to fall away without going into infinite reverb. Real acoustic spaces don't just continue building up notes. They become quieter. It's just how they become quieter. So we get notes creeping out, but this is kind of where we started. And notes sort of persist, obviously, clearly. But this is a lot closer to having it not sound like Paul Stretch. So suppressing these ringy noises is just going to be part of it, because this is sounding a lot more like distance. In fact, I think we might be... This might be the amount of this effect I'm going to want to apply. Because there's a purity with doing just the add and times 0.5 and stuff, with less processing happening. So then if I was doing this and I don't change that at all, I'll just leave that as part of the equation. Like, we'll always have that going on. But then, rather than 3.5, 0.333 is already long, but it's not necessarily feeding back. And of course, I can put it back to 3.125. At which point it will no longer sound like infinite sustain, because it won't be. That's what I settled on for optimal naturalistic reverb qualities, where it's still hanging in there to some extent, but is not... well, let's just hear this. Okay. No resonating notes floating in the air. This is below the point where things are feeding back on themselves. So if they're anything like little birdie notes, they are not terribly obvious. It could be like somebody left a couple of folding chairs out there. And they are not ringing that much beyond what the actual sound of the reverb is doing. And if we go back to here, oh wait, while I'm at it, I might as well change the other bit. Let's see, yep, that seems about right. That seems about right. That's all being deleted. These things are being deleted, and this is being deleted. The talk about centering is no longer valid. We're not doing that. when I did the thing of combining the parts of the opposite channels, it just caused that ringing to happen very aggressively. So what I'm doing now is less of that. This entire comment is no longer valid. Had that this morning. You've been hanging out with me while I'm getting past all of that. And we can return this to a simpler form. Well, not a simpler form, but and I'll do it step by step. If I can type, that is. There we go. And double checking this placement of the parenthesis. Seems good. There, that's now what the previous one said. In fact, I can even be a little bit tricky and smush them together so that it seems like a very little area of code indeed. And add a comment just to explain what I did. Deep reverb tail, deep. And let's go back up here. Wait. Let's also ditch this stuff. This is the dual mono stuff. I'm not interested in running that. Right now, I'm happier with the way it behaves as the left channel feeds into the right channel and vice versa. And let's see what I have up here. I'm pretty sure I put it back to 3125. I should have. I did. So technically now I need to do all these over again. They will not be sonically representative. We'll get to that. I may possibly not do that during stream, but here's what we got. Reference audio. In which the channels are feeding into each other. We've got that same effect on all of the reverb tails, but they are not as extended as they were. It got sunny enough that I had to start watering the clover I planted. And so this is what I measure. And then I measure the sine sweep, because it's supposed to not produce loud noises. I think the clover is actually picking up. And then my low frequency work out. so that's what we've got with a reference audio. And so as I warned, here's what my days are normally like. Copy that. I have got like 40 or so of these to do. Copy. This is all you should have to do. If you can compile the thing, you should only have to paste that in, build it, and you know how we just heard a whole room sound? Now it is time to make a variation on that, and then I'm going to listen to both of them and hear whether they sound different. Well, it's actually on the cold side here, to the point of the other day I burned a fire in the wood stove is how cool it was. And here's a smaller room. With slightly different sounds and the lows and mids and highs and things. The smallest one that I have that was still good. And it'll have slightly different resonant sounds. And I can apply it, and I see that it's doing a thing. This is going to have to do with what I just did. This is the way that so it's making it asymmetric, and that's very interesting. DC voltage going in there wants to work a certain way, doesn't it? So that's going to have a tendency to add second harmonic to low frequency rumbles. Cool, okay, I'm game. I want to see what it looks like on one of the really big ones though. And having applied that, it's now time to save it as the first example of my next generation. And that's the settings of the other program. Curious as to whether it's going to... no, it's going to be different because that's a very different behavior. Will it have a larger or a smaller file size, I wonder? And it has a smaller file size. Is that because it is sustaining less? Or because I changed something else in there? One way to find out. Here's the new one. Here's the old one. Old one. You are not shutting off. What do I got to do to tell you to only play in one at a time? It might not be able to. A newer version of this program is able to be like, only play the thing in the front window. This is not, although it's happy to play both of them at the same time. So there's that, I guess. Yeah, this is, whoever does Twisted Wave is kind of like me. They keep doing new things. Anywho. Previous. New. Previous. I definitely have a little more sustain in here. And that's something that I can't do. I'm not convinced I want to. Let's hear different sections of it. Previous. New. Oh yeah, that's not as good. Interesting. So I've done one significant change on top of whatever is going on in here. And the change is going to cause, like I'm listening to the output of this. It's metallic-y, but it has less in the way of sustained notes. That has a little more in the way of sustained notes, but sounds more natural. Maybe I need to split the difference. Like, I'm pretty happy with it, but it does seem to be having a pretty strong effect. Look at how much offset there is on this guitar. This is wildly asymmetrical. Most of it's hanging out as a DC offset. And then, granted, that's because I told it to do that, but still, maybe that's too much. Like, it busts through, but I mean, just look at the difference there. Original one, no DC offset at all, but this one, that thing that I'm doing is causing this. Let's have a little bit less of it. No big advantage to having this much DC energy in there, even if it is not constant. It's still like, yeah, this is not an efficient use of space. Although weirdly, check this out. Using Alien Kittens, the reverb algorithm does go a little weird at times. This reverb algorithm has moments where the Alien Kittens being fed into it does this. And I've known it did this entire time, but that's definitely DC being piled up. Where maybe not as much. Looks to go just as much in the downward swing on the one as the other. But it's really stopping it from going up into that upward swing, isn't it? Oh, here we go. So here's this section. And here's the section on this one. There's a little of a difference there, although it gets back. Not a big, huge difference. It's a little kind of the same. I wonder, like I'm going, is it just adding up to a DC offset in the one direction? Or because not doing the absolute value thing means that this one can swing in either direction just as extremely. Whereas this is restricting that behavior, isn't it? I think I want to split the difference on this. The amount of effect this is having, it's causing a tonal change that I appreciate, but this is too much. Sometimes you gotta look at the meters and the waveforms and see what they did. Fortunately, it's a straightforward process. Just that, and then that. And that'll do it. Hopefully, not too much of an effect this time. Let's find out how true that was. First of all, sounds fine. I feel like I'm hearing the hats a little bit more, but not in a way that seems bad. And here we go. We're a little bit more balanced now. I'm going to say that ought to do it. I think that's enough. And then save that as 120 FC Milo, which is the settings of the other program. And yee. So I'm contemplating, see, if I don't go through and do all of these, it's going to take me a long time because I keep adding to them. I keep running the program overnight and generating more genetic algorithm reverb thingies, which these all literally are. Ooh, we are also closer to being the same size. And to delete those, that was just hours of work. We'll delete this because I'm satisfied with the changes that have been made. And we're going to jump in and listen to one randomly in the middle. But not these, because these came from other things like K-Cosmos and K-Guitar Hall. Instead, we're going to listen to like a giant hall reverb. How about? You only have to do this and then build. And hey presto, immediate giant hall reverb. See if I can get the other thing going today, which would be cool. Then I can paste in stuff from down here and that would work too. This is a 5x5. If I can set up the 5x5s to work the same and just on sort of compile time, pick one or the other, then I'll be able to paste this in and hear what that was like too. But yeah, as far as ginormous, giant, impossibly huge reverb, if this works. That's big. Low frequency thump. Second one. And that's a much bigger. I said a much bigger hall. And all of these are within the realm of the genetic algorithm ones. And I got to go through and test them all. All however many of these there are, which is a lot. Thing is, I am wondering what I can do to incorporate some of the others. Like here is a .518. Copy that. So this is going to be more along the lines of your churches type of thing. And again, it all depends also a little bit on what kind of tone shaping I do. It's just that I can't necessarily do tone shaping inside the reverb as I thought I would. That doesn't actually work as well as I'd hoped. But doesn't matter because we can still do stuff. So here's the 518. The 518 is not happy, although it might actually, if I hit apply, it might be much happier. Let's see what it does. Oh no. Okay, the 518 did not work as intended. So let's quit out of there without saving. And see if this is just a matter of rebuilding it. Has it gone wrong somehow? Has it become bulky in building it? Or is this actual reverb broken somehow? This may be one I never actually heard. Because what I can do is I can also throw away the ones that don't build. I just wasn't anticipating this. So let's see, first copy. Paste. Build it again, see if it's any happier this time. It either is or it ain't. We shall find out. I've got this turned up higher than it should. If it's doing stuff like that, I don't want it cranked up too much. I mean, I hit play. Are we better? We are not. I'm guessing this one is no bueno. That is unacceptable. What I'm wondering is, why did it do that? Is it because this B and M here are 34 and 33? Do I have any weird numbers that aren't supposed to be there in there? Duplicated numbers? I'm no longer doing anything to resist there being duplicated numbers. Okay, error. Let's pick one that's fairly close in size. From the same, generated in the same day, from the same program. It would be great to figure out what was causing that to happen, but I haven't figured that out. I don't know why I did that. Wish I did. Then the next question is, are they all going to do that, or are some of them fine? Because previously, some of them are fine and some of them are not. In this case, this one on the same day right next to it is fine. Except for there is a very strong slapback equality to this. Sweep. Yeah, there's a slight slapback equality there. That's a factor of how this goes together. Let's try another one also from the same day. See, that's the thing, is if I test these out, I can find out which ones are not working. But I do have to warn you that there is a mystery having to do with why some of these just don't seem to work properly. It doesn't seem to have to do, oh, sorry. Doesn't seem to have to do with instantiating the delays wrong. So one of the things that happens with all of this is if those combined reverb sounds come together into a sort of slapback-like density fluctuation, and these new genetic algorithm ones very much can do that. It's really possible for them to have that quality. Like some of the sounds will combine in such a way that there will be a strong onset, kind of like what my plates do. The plate things do that. This is a pretty respectable snare room sound. It'll do. So yeah, it's all about working through these. Look at how many of them I've got to check out. Some of the ones I'm most interested in are these roughly 200 sizes. Like here's one where the first one is literally a delay of 2 samples. That's kind of not many samples. Although using the undersampling, it stretches out a little longer than that. Thing is, if it does that, it can be a half-decent stone room sound. And that's one of the things I want to come out with soonest. It's a proper drum room. which if it works, again, this is all wet. There's no dry signal in this at all. But if I can use this sound to reinforce the actual drum, and it blends with dry well, then that can be a useful noise for people to put into their drums and things. Combine that with dry and you'll really have something. Okay, so where were we at? Well, one of the things I would like to do is maybe use defines. And I'm wanting to figure out how to go about this. Here's one of the things I was looking to do. Tell you what, though. Let's open this again. Go to my sound folder, wherever that may be. It's on the desktop somewhere. Load up something that's reasonably cool. I know. I'll just fire up Daily Noise again. It's a WAV file. It's a little bit slow to load, but that's fine. Well, I'm not sure why I'm bothering with this. Maybe I can not do that. Maybe I can instead do something else. What do I even... Oh, I know something I have that's hanging around. Quiet orchestra music. So I'm going to go and get my taco fixings defrosting and get that stuff ready to go. It's a little earlier than I usually do, but I just want to do that because having gotten through all of that, I'm kind of tired and I want to do even more before I'm done with the day. So reverby orchestras. And back. So if you think that was something, you should hear what it sounds like in a humongous stadium, because that was all wet reverb send or output. From 197-seater to a 3072-seater in one recompile. This is what I'm hoping people are going to be able to do. Start up, thank you. Assuming, of course, it works. I will not put out ones that blow up and fail. 3000 seater. So that there's a pretty big place. Mind you, in the final version, which I'm not calibrating to measure, you'll be able to turn up the reverb too. Turn up the sustain. We're making kind of quiet noises here, but that's fine. Turn it up even louder. This is also one way of removing the clicks, because we're doing this from It might not sound like it's doing much until you turn it off. And you're working from this. Cool. So I'm going to want to include more of this. And I want to figure out how to do it in such a way that it will compile differently. For instance, pragma mark, blah, 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 all of this kind of stuff. Like, what can I do along lines like this, define and pragma and so on, to include or exclude things? Like, and my D key is old and worn out. You have to use that. I don't know if you have to do the double dashes there. This is probably another define. I think maybe this is another define. Do you have to put double dashes around them? What does it say up here? So we say these things like pragma Never learned what that meant, but we're going to learn today. And then here we've got an include, but we don't, and we have if AU debug dispatcher. So I don't think this gets compiled otherwise. Time to start exploring some of these things. Well, that might be a wizard language, but I'm going to have to deal with it. And that's going to mean jumping into this world. The world of let's go research stuff. So this is looking, Stack Overflow. That's the old website that is kind of past its prime, but this is what it used to be used for. Get out of my way. And you get out of my way too. So survives the pre-processing stage. I don't necessarily need to I'm trying to have stuff left out in the pre-processing stage. Compiler directive this is, but so implementation specific, but I don't actually I see. Pragma meaning pragmatic for the current context, but that is not what I'm talking about, because what I'm doing is defining things based on the stuff that I pasted in from that text file. I could be doing a 6x6 matrix. I could be doing a much smaller matrix. That doesn't change based on what the compiling environment is. Compiler dependent and non-portable. That's fine. There's something else you can do, which gets it only included once. I am pretty sure I'm not going to need Pragma. I will be able to test this out if I am able to get it rolling. So preprocessor directive category. What kind of questions do we have? Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. See, if I say directives rather than defines, directives is what you tell the preprocessor to do. This is probably a waste of time. I'm actively trying to remove code from the compiler so it only handles the stuff that I think it should. Define a macro, undefine a macro. I need to find out whether the macros have to have underscores next to them. I think it's a series of characters with no spaces in between them. And the reason, macros, define a token. So I'm looking at this C++ file, not as relevant. What it says in the code here, pragma mark verb success parameters, that's just got to do with some kind of labeling or something. defines if ndef verb success h, define verb success h. So that much, all that means is if you get to the C file and it does not he says as he stops talking, what does it say up here? It says include verb success h. What does the other one say? If ndef define it, but we're not actually doing anything with that, are we? However, this bit, it does include this stuff, it does include that stuff. This one includes the other one. I don't know why we bother with this. What I'm figuring out is whether you have to add anything with the defines. And over here, we see that rather than, define limit as 5, you just get to swap out whatever is there. Does that mean that verb success h with underscores in both sides of it is literally this entire file? Big if true. There's an endif at the very end of the verb success file. Don't mind me, I'm just scrolling through something in another. It's not good enough to actually show me what it's doing. This is what I'm looking at. See you later, Grins. It is anybody's guess as to whether anything is going to happen at the end of this, but I'm indeed diving into all the wizard language. So, ndef, will it show me what that is for? Jump to definition. Nope, it's not going to do that, is it? So is that ndif wouldn't be this here. Would it be this? Which would mean that verb success h underscore underscore is literally the entire rest of the file? Terrifying if true. That would be Apple doing this stuff. These are the parts of the Apple thing that so define, that's macros. I could just, well, no, I couldn't, could I? If def is probably what I'm looking for in this. Also, people seem to like this being in caps or something. And you can do this, but I'm not going to. If you do this kind of stuff, you have to throw lots of parentheses in because it will just swap in the preprocessor. File inclusion. Condition. This is the part I wanted. Conditional compilation. This is literally and exactly what I wanted, because that means I can have all the 6x6 code in there, and then also all this 5x5 and all the 4x4 and 3x3 code in there. But it will just overlook everything I'm not actually using, and it won't compile it into the thing. But then if you just swap out what my stuff says, And by that I mean it'll say something like this. Now, what do you got to do? Give it a value of some kind, perhaps. You define the thing, and then what it actually has inside it is irrelevant. It's a question of whether that's been included. Try them and see. One thing about Inflamer is it's very clean for what it does, so there's that. If you want very little extra texture going on, that might be your go. Single-ended triode is going to be a little more complicated, maybe able to throw more second harmonics if you push it hard. Depends upon how that rolls. And of course, tube 2 is much more complicated than either. So I'd be wanting to do something kind of like this, where every single time I generate a 6x6 one, it will also spit out this little line of text. And the little line of text is going to tell the finished test bed one to generate its version of whatever it is I'm going for. And that'll make it easier to compare them, like I'm beginning to do with the 6x6s, but I have not been able to compare the 6x6s with the 5x5s or the 4x4s, and that's kind of what I'm looking to do. So let's see. So if def, if ndef, and then don't need these, just need to encapsulate it. Didn't know defined was a keyword. I'm looking at this now. So this is apparently something that works. And apparently you can do this. The important thing to know about this, you run this stuff, it compiles the program and leaves out the lines entirely, doesn't even build them into the program if they don't qualify. So, let's do a quick little experiment, shall we? If def that. So you basically pick one to do and ignore all the rest. Back over to here. I'm going to try to get this very thing to operate in some kind of way, but also to leave out stuff if it's not. So let's see, where were we at? I'll get to that. So if I do that, let's see. All I have to do, I don't necessarily even have to have any information in here, but I'm pretty sure if I just include a Boolean, that will qualify. And then let's so if we do this in build, we will build this, and it will be fine. And then the other ones will get like define 5 by 5 or whatever. And I can put this in on top of all the other ones. I can manually put that in where I need it. But then I can change the program to just write it automatically, is what I'm going to be wanting to do. Interesting and weird. So adding that one thing caused it to associate this with the C file. This is in Text Wrangler. This is in a text editor. The fact that it just spat out a bunch of colored text for things like constant numbers and grayed out the comments is simply because it decided it was now a C file. Which, I mean, fair. It's got a define instruction in it, so surely that is not an unrealistic assumption. Programs doing weird things that you don't expect. Go figure. Save that, jump back to here. Now we try to find out whether we can make it act differently. So all of this, Bez cycle, input sample L, output sample L. That's going to be the same no matter what I use. Inside here, here's where stuff starts getting more interesting. Space. Hi, can you even be indented or can you not be indented? So we put all of that in there. And what's our outputs look like, though? We are generating input sample L and input sample R. So, and if there's also an else statement, there's also if undef, if endef. Okay, so I can do two different things this way. So else or endif, boy, it wants to go there. If it wants to go there that damn badly, I will let it. Man. All of these want to be inside all the way over there for some reason that escapes me. And then we're going to go. Oh. Hang on. That's what we brought in, I think. And same for the right channel. I'm off camera, I'm sorry. This is hard. Ah, sure does. Okay, so what this should do, if we have defined 6 by 6, and I can even check this on the code size as well, it'll run the same reverb we've been running this entire time. Not only that, it won't then substitute it out. And the code size will be large. Then if I do not define that, if I remove it, that won't be defined, at which point it will not run any of the code, but it will pass through the input sound. And then the code will be much smaller, although it will still be running a Bezier undersampling. And this, if it works, should work. He says ambitiously, build. So this would be the one where we have defined the reverb. 6 by 6 is defined. It's not happy, but it's defined. See? I can run it. It's doing the asymmetrical thing I thought about. I don't know why I did that. Quit without saving. Now we go over to this, and I'm pretty sure I can't comment this out. I just have to cut it. And I didn't actually check the size, did I? No matter, we'll find out quickly enough. I should check the size. I'll do that in a moment. First thing I'm doing is seeing whether... Oh, yeah, well, I mean, one of the reasons I'm doing it line by line is computer efficiency. I've been known to do the occasional helper functions, not very much though. Looky there. There's no dry signal allowed through. This is just, it's not including the code in there. Good sign. Good sign. It means these files are going to be very large, but there's no helping that. Let's sneak it in there, perhaps. Oh, but for, well, size not listed. What? Fine, get info. It is 356K as we currently have it. But include the define. And this one is 385K, which is not all that different, honestly, but now it includes the reverb. But if I include all the possible variations of this, I can set it up so that it only builds the version of the plugin it needs. And that's kind of what I wanted out of this. And see, now we've got define in there. And we'll fire it up. Maybe it'll even run without coughing this time. No, same problem. a problem that does not extend to apply, just play. Twisted wave in this incarnation is a little bulky. And there we go. Which means we could also define things like filters or whatever, anything in the code that can be busted off by preprocessor directives. This is how they work. And I don't technically need to use the if and def for any of this stuff. I just need to include things that will do what I want. So I've got about a half an hour before I desperately need to break and have tacos. It's been a day. This has been a day. I'm glancing at chat while I'm at it. So quit out of here. Don't save that. I have one of these things now defined, but here's what I'm going to want to do. Ooh, here's the thought. Can you do this? That would be cute. Let's find out. You should be able to do it. Perhaps you're not able to do it. Oh wait, no, that's something even weirder. Hang on. Oh, and okay, so the first thing you do touching the interface for this, it fails and is silent. And then as soon as you do something else, or the other thing, then it's fine. What does that mean for if I... doing debugging issues again. So previously, when I ran this, you hit play and no sound happened. Or you hit apply and nothing happened. What if I open it again and then hit play? Okay, that's not my plugin. My plugin's fine. It's Twisted Wave being weird. And as soon as you've got it good, I think that's going to be like instantiating the window or something. Like there can be something weird with instantiating the window. I probably don't need to worry about it as a plugin developer. Just if it gives me fits, I'll just bang at it until it does better. But yeah. Oh, and now that I have it playing, I should be able to hit apply, and that worked. Cool. So don't need to save that. Might want to go through and sneak these in everywhere they're needed. So there's a copy. There is a paste. So when I go through and audition all of these, I will go through and do that processing on every single one of these. This one. And let me expand the window so that I can get more of these at once. And this one. And this one. And that can just sneak in front of that comment because it seemed to work. And we're going to go through and set up this file with everything I need. Because that's now my code. got other changes that I need to do too. Ah, that's the one that didn't work. Wonder if it is a similar problem that I just grappled with the other one, where maybe if I hit it twice, it would be okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether it's your code or something else. Define, define, define. Ooh, I've got one in here. There we go. And here's where stuff gets a little more complicated. Some of my code's going to be watching for this. All this is the other thing. Ooh, not that though. So here's where I'm going to mess with this a little bit. So this isn't going to be directly usable, but I'm going to want to do the following. I'm going to want to change where it says early to delay, and then have only this many. I'm going to want to change where, let's see, this one, what about this one? What am I looking at here? Grr. 555s go to delay Y, yes. 3x3s have early on them. But these ones are 4x4s, and I have only this one, I think, handy. Ah, but I don't need that there. Instead, this needs to be part of this line. And then this is a little different. So technically, I have an example of everything for what good it'll do me, which at least means if I include all of this stuff, then I can kind of get it all up and running. Might take me a while. I'm not going to have it done by the end of today, but I've done some things today. There's that. So we'll just have to keep an eye on this stuff. So when they say delay Y, that's a 5x5. If it says early, which I'm no longer making early reflections this way, it's a 3x3. And when it says short, it's a 4x4. So I have examples of each. All good. Some of them very old examples. I had forgotten that K-plates had early reflections. That didn't always persist. We'll run with it. I'm going to go through and do the rest of these. And of course, galactic is a 4x4, but the original one is a 4x3 matrix, in which these final numbers are 1. Okay, there's another 5x5. These are all variations on the shorts, and that's the last of that. So let's grab this line of code, and everywhere it says that, oh, we've got that commented out for some reason. And we've got that commented out for some reason. Maybe I didn't include those in the plates. And that's a 3x3. These are all you know what? No, 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 no. Instead, put it there. Because this is all the cloud codes and clear codes and things. Oh, thank you, Nico Doyon. I'm grinding away and up against it. There is that. Nothing if not determined. 3x3s. Here's some more. Plate B, and then K plate C. And then K plate D. Whether I'm using them that way or not. But those are options to play with once I get that stuff up and running. That does at least propose that there's a place I can go and look for that code and get it working. And look, another. K Chamber had that going on. Fancy that. Okay, good enough. And then all those are 6x6s. And look, I've got space for genetic algorithm generated 5s, 4s, and 3s. And my various notes. Usually I squinch this up to about this size so that I can copy over from it. And then this sits up here so that I can do stuff like this. Well, no, that one was the one that was giving me problems, wasn't it? Or was it? We'll find out. Not only that, we're going to go in and see, not only that, this regen might end up being different for different sizes. I'm not sure. But the principle will probably hold. This stuff is going to be the same. DRes is going to be the same regardless. That observation will be the same regardless. No, not end if. So it'll be stuff like this. And also stuff like this. Can I nest if defs? It would save me a little bit of mess. I feel kind of like that way madness lays. I'd better just have this be really long and do them each independently. Oof. I can copy and paste to simplify that a little bit. See, what I mean is all of these might start with just, okay, so do A, B, C, D, and E, and F. For the 555, it goes up to Y. And then you bust in, and only at the point past this is it if def. The problem with that is that I'm only defining things like, oh no, what's going on? Oh dear. I see. Do you see the problem I see? Because I see a big old problem right here. Well, discovered that. Maybe that's why things are having problems. We've got undefined stuff. So this one where maybe it was, oh, I have a better idea. Where's the one where I have it marked out as being a big problem? Where'd it go? There. 6 by 6 delay Y is the I found the bug. Maybe I'll call that a day. It's 4:43. Check this out. This is what's been giving me some troubles. And here's why. Look at this. You run this one, it's 518. It would not work. And I'll tell you why. This just so happens to have a very small delay Y. Now, when we look over here, we define all manner of stuff. And it runs because when we get down to these things, looky there. We've got delay ZA, we've got delay through ZK. We're defining it with an appropriate size, but then look at what happens over here. This is how we blank it out so that it doesn't have bad data in it. These all need to be set to 0. We're not setting these to 0 correctly. And the reason it matters for some of them and not others, or matters differently for some of them and differently for others, is because this one, I don't even need to have this observation of error here, because I tell you what, I'm going to fix this one so that it works before I log off, and then I'm going to log off. And maybe I'll come back with all of this defined stuff done. But this, I'm tired. This is enough for today. But look at this. This is a beautiful disaster. Delay Y for the one that was a problem is 72. So we're defining all these arrays and we're actively using them for things. But they're as big as like 930 or 946. But for every single one, we're only blanking up to 72. That leaves a bunch of bad data just hanging around in these, waiting to cause problems for me. And the way you fix it, and again, this is the area where I was like, could I just put an if-def in here so that only when you're, and the thing is, the smaller ones are going to be smaller declarations. They're all going to be delay when I get through with them. But I probably should just do it over again from scratch, like have a very long file. But there's your problem. See? Pleased to be counting up to these numbers. Thank you. And then everything is going to be a lot better behaved. I tell you what. E, F, G, H, I, J, and K. I think that's the only thing that was left that was wrong. I think. We can't but try. But here's where we could go. Do all these, including all these. Actually, nothing is stopping me from defining the full number and then only you. Well, no, something is stopping me. And I tell you what, if I define the 5x5, we're not actually defining delay ZG, delay ZH, etc. So I'm not going to be able to use them to define arrays, and so I would need to just literally do all of these over. Like, nothing is really stopping me from defining these things in whichever way, but it's becoming a little bit awkward. But no matter. I can simply do them the long way around. Like this. Then I can copy all of that over with the correct number of things each time, up to and including the header file, which I'd better go and attend to so that everything matches. And see, all this declaring is within the 6x6 block. There's nothing that doesn't belong in there. Much like on this header file, up top, this is where we paste it in, and this is the only place we find this stuff, like the delay C and the delay B and so on. It never gets referred to anywhere else. So, here too, this is all the preprocessor. Doesn't matter, it's just changing the text of the file before the compiler ever gets to it. This is the part where if I tried to include this everywhere, it would start having problems when I told it to do a 4x4 or a 5x5 because it wouldn't have these delay ZAs in there. I'd just be typing in stuff like here, it only goes up to Y, and so it wouldn't know what any of that stuff up there means. Unless I manually punched it in, but I don't feel like doing that. It would be cumbersome and messy. Same deal with the feedback things. This is a 6x6 version of that. Count also is a 6x6 version of all that. The Bezier is uniform. AVG technically also could be. That could apply. I could just do that on each of the versions because I'm only doing it in one place. But env and if. So there is the 4x4 version. Theoretically, if I've done this correctly, I can remove that and then it'll still compile and work, just leaving out literally everything that it doesn't know or care about. I've just gone a little extra hard that way. So let's see. Save. And again, what I'm testing out is whether or not I have successfully made this one compile. What am I doing? I should not have done that. Please give me that back. I wasn't done with you. Verbs text. And now I don't remember which damn one it was. But I do remember that like delay Y was a tiny number. Here's one where it's 127. It was 72. So I can go search for that, right? Even though I removed the error message. Let's go find which one it was. And wrap. Boom, it was 518. That sounds about right. Got there. So define 6x6 is true. Copy this. Zoop up to the top of here. God, excuse me. Swear to God, I'm going to be able to show you this working before I log off. And then I will log off heroically and be like, ha, got there. 518, FC Milo, previous not working. Build succeeded. Because now I have these here. Although it compiled just fine without it, mind you. But, ooh, hang on there. You need to be outside that if statement. You're common to all of these. At least if I play my cards right, it is. So this is going to take up lots and lots and lots and lots of space. But let's make sure we got it working. Verb 6s, copy it over into component. There. Okay, so this is the one that blew up and died. How we feeling today? That was the problem. I bet that's the problem for some of the other ones that were misbehaving. They'd have little funny ticks and things in them, or just fail to work. Now it seems to be working flawlessly. And sounding delightful. That thump was just me shutting it off. And then just for laughs, without changing anything in the C file, now we do not define build, or we could define it as something else, but it wouldn't matter. Otherwise unchanged. Now this does not have a dry setting. But it runs just fine because the define functionality works. Yes, capital yay, indeed. And it didn't become upset that I hadn't initialized all those variables, because as far as it was concerned, it didn't care. I could probably leave those out completely and it wouldn't matter. And that is how we get through some of that C preprocessor stuff. Just looks like this. And you define the thing and go, if this, else that, and it goes all the way over onto the left margin because it just overrides literally everything. And we don't need to care about pragma because that's for compilers. And what we're doing happens before the compiler even happens. And everything should support it. It's a very basic thing. Define. So yeah, that is also a way that I can use the preprocessor to simplify some of my wordy text. Like if I can sum something up that takes a lot of typing and a lot of space and make it a macro, that'll get expanded before the compiler ever sees it. And I don't honestly know quite what I would do with that. But it does appear like that's the thing that you can do. Not only that, predefined macros in C. Let's see what that is firstly. Underscore underscore line macro. If you say so. Date and time. I think actually the don't mind me just peeking around. Okay, perhaps not right here. I think some of the templates use macros to figure things out. Anywho, these are not things I'm likely to care about. Yeah, that's not going to matter. Not for what I'm doing. Yeah, so with this one, if you comment out this line, then it works. And that's an interesting thing. The passing arguments as if they are functions, it just expands the thing outwards. So using parentheses, well, no, that's actually a little confusing. Supposedly works, but the way they're talking about that is a little confusing. Is that a 1 or an L? It looks like that's a L. Yeah, L. Okay. That's not a 1, that's an L, because they think length and breadth. And that's what their idea is. And then they're using A and B, even though that's confusing. So what you do if you were doing this, I'm going to stop in a moment, is maybe go define area x comma y, x times y within parentheses. And then what I do, let me just bounce over to coding screen again. So how that foolishness actually works and is supposed to work is like this. Except for it's not very well done, because when you do these things, they get messy. So what you'd want to do is something like this. Simply because macros are demonic, weird things that are tricky. But what would end up happening is if you go like this, and then you go result ends up being 50. The reason it's weird is because you could also probably do and it would sort of recursively do it, and it would get messy. But anywho, so enough of that. Don't need this. We successfully got the thing to work. That's going to be enough for today. I did manage to go 2 minutes over even so, but got that stuff fixed, and I have the beginnings of working defines that will let me make and put out a plugin where if you can get it to compile, you can compile it into a sort of preset all-wet test reverb creator with a fix. It's the calibration one, right? It's the one where like you can put any variation on the reverbs into there, and it will just automatically give you the result of that calibrated to match everything else. And I'm going to be working on that very clearly. There's going to be more to that, I promise. But that'll be the one where if you can make it compile and then use the plugin, then you can punch in any variation from any of the things that Into the Matrix can create and hear what that does. And what's not to like about that? But for now, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.